Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am going to be playing some more Planet Zoo, because that is what I'm doing right now, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. So, tonight on the agenda, it's going to be trying to get the tiger enclosure finished so that I can hopefully install me some tigers. That's the plan, that's the idea, that's the hopes and dreams of my stream tonight. I have made good progress. I can say that. Got this whole wall finished, and it actually has glass in it now. And the glass is in the walkway. The walkway roof still has to be done, but first I have to do the corners. And I am going to be doing them this way because I just really like how that looks. And past me made a concerted effort. So this is the way that I set the spacing for what I did there. And I left myself a sign, which I do have to move now. So, let's just go in here. Removez-vous that. And take this. And duplicate that over here. And then like this. Put it like that. Yeah, exactly like that. Although I probably should have put that lower. Let's just adjust that. Let's make sure that is impaled properly into the floor there. And then duplicate everything that I just did on the other side. Bring it out here. And give it a good sink into the floor. And then take this one. And make it just touch on that side. Actually, bring it up. Okay, there we go. Make it touch there. Make it touch there. Didn't realize how much I had the glass sticking out here. And like that. And then tuck it in. So that it's flush with the wall. And that's how we get this nice, really nice corner shape. And then I can duplicate those. And voila! Actually, I'm just gonna... We can take out this sign as well. Take these. Duplicate. Bring them up there like that. Then I'll just grab this. And we'll just repeat the same thing for this corner. That. And we'll grab the round one. And I should only have to set this side because this side's already set. Like that. And tuck it in. And tuck it in. And duplicate. This one's going to be a little tricky because I set up the roof that I was working out right at this corner, so that'll have to do. Nice, nice. Okay. Just gonna tuck in this corner. Then we select. And duplicate. Now there's one corner over there. Okay, there's just the one corner left. Let's just grab this. Take it over here. And like that. Whoops. Wrong one. Want the red one. Like that. And then if I do like this, the one should already be in the right place, so we just set the other side. There. And I just sort of set the height. Make that flush with the wall. Same on this side. Make it flush with the wall. And copy. And it doesn't matter that the arrows are not quite pointing in the right direction, because up and down still works perfectly. Like that. And that takes care of the corner problem. Now, the other problem, I decided to be a little lazier about that. Mainly, as it goes, I'm being very fancy with this roof thing that I have going on here. It's gonna take a while to do. So at the corners, I'm going to go a little simpler so that it's going to be easier on me. So, first things first, let's just grab one of these. I hope it's the right one. It is. Okay, we'll just smack that down there, and that should have grabbed the color scheme. So I'm just going to take these. Okay, let's see, grid size. We're going to take away the grid height so that hopefully I can pull this off. It is a pity that these are so thick. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. So either I have that much poking out, or yeah, I'm gonna have to have this much poking out, because otherwise it ends up being part of the window, and I really don't want that. So because if I have it excuse me, if I have it all the way down, it ends up flattening the top of the arch, and if only the top of the arch is flattened at the corners, that's gonna look really bad. So it's gonna have to be like that, which means I'm going to have to adjust these a little bit. Let's see how to do this. To grab that. And these. So that is the height that I am working with. Okay. And then this goes here. And this goes here. Can I do both of these at once? I think so. Just gonna scooch this over here. And this goes here. Okay, there will have to be an addressing of the gaps, but I have an idea. But this should do what I am wanting it to. And then hello? What are you doing all the way over there? I want you over here. Are you kidding me? Well, it's gonna have to be good enough. I don't know why the triangle keeps insisting upon going wandering. Huh. Why are you over there? Why are you over there? Why are you everywhere except the one place where I want you to be? No, not there. No, no. Are you kidding me? Why? Why? What is going on here exactly? We're just gonna pretend that is not happening. Because I don't know any other answers. We are going to tolerate this gap because I have no other way to address it. This gap, however, if we duplicate this and then rotate it that way, line that up with the edge. Like so. And then we take that over here and do the same thing on this side. Ta-da! So that should be about what we need. Then it becomes a question of, can I do both these pieces at once? It looks like... Nope. Nope, I cannot. Alright. One at a time, then. Okay, that's a little weird. wonder, is that the amount that this thing is tucked into the wall? I do believe it is. So if I line this up like that, this should work perfectly, right? Ooh. Now I expect the grid to not work because I'm tucking it into the wall, but we'll see. And yes, I'm doing the grid next so that I know where to put these beams. But yeah, because the grid is just a little bit tucked all the way along, I expect it to not line up perfectly. I'm pretty sure this is the longest expanse that I have, so that's part of the reason I'm doing it first. And yeah, I was right, it does not line up perfectly because I'm tucking it. So we're gonna do like this. And just keep going. Interesting. Going. End up having exactly the same problem on this side as on the previous one. What a surprise. Don't worry, we'll make you pretty by hook or by crook. Mostly by crook. Interesting. The seams are really not meeting up here. That's fine, but it's just I'm pretty sure they met up on the other side. Why do they not meet up on this side? Probably shouldn't think too hard about it, I guess. Okay, we will nudge this over so that it basically slams right into the wall. Like that. And then we just bring this along. And I'm going to put them as close together as I can without getting flickering. Like that. Oh boy. Okay. That is a big gap. Okay, how far over can I put this without it coming out the other side? That far. We're going to hope and pray that I can manage to jiggle this around until one more fits in here. Actually, let's take this one. That's how much space I'm attempting to regain here. really want this to work because I don't want to have to come up with another scheme. I've been trying to find a way to use these banners for so long. Oh, I overdid it apparently. Okay. I will have control. I will have the roof that I dreamed of. Or at least as close to it as I can get. You know what? I'm gonna declare that close enough to victory. And we just pull this out here. Pull this out here. I'm gonna call that good. I like that. And thank goodness, because I don't want to have to come up with something else. Okay, so I can do the entire rest of this just with duplication and rotation, she said, knocking on wood. This one's gonna end up being pretty weird, but I have an advantage. I have a very good advantage in that I have the wall here, so there is quite a bit of room for jiggery there. So take this. Rotate it this way, because we know that this is the right height. Okay, so the log is going to hide the weirdness that's going on here, and that makes me happy. But yeah, with predators, especially predators with a large amount of jump like tigers have got, I do not consider it safe to not have a roof. I am stretching reality just a little bit by having a cloth roof instead of a more solid one. But given the fact the stuff doesn't wave in the breeze, we can say that it's actually plastic that's made to resemble cloth, right? Right? Okay. Then Is this coming out the other side? It is not. I win. But yeah, I really love the patterns on the banners that I'm using here, but I've never figured out an effective way to use them. I'm not sure if this counts as an effective way to use them, but using them I am. So there. Is that coming out the wall? That is coming out the wall. Okay, we will tuck that into the wall. There we go. Okay, that's the low side. And then bring this here. Tuck it in nice and neat. I said tuck it in. You're still out. You need to be in. Okay, good enough. I am really glad that I struck upon this particular shade of blue because it is working really well for me. I really like this shade of blue. We're just gonna pretend that this little gap is not gapping so that I don't have to redo everything. And take this board. Bring it in here. Okay, it must be admitted that that is perfect spacing. Inadvertent though it may have been. Okay. Progress. Which way are you facing now? No, that's not the right way. That's the right way. Oh, I realize I have to do this one a different way. That is unfortunate. Okay, well, turn off the rustic. Okay, and one by one. Like that. This is to make sure that it's centered on the board that it is quote-unquote mounted on. And I'm glad that I remembered to do it this way before I went this whole expanse. On a by guess and by golly. Okay. Come on, do the thing. It is kind of nice that this wall that I'm coming up towards, I don't have to be super careful about it because it is entirely long enough that I don't have to worry about how much is or isn't tucked in there. So I can do it like this without super overlapping everything. Alright. Oh. Right. Okay, where is... There it is. I don't actually know what height to set this to. This is definitely centered, which is important, but... Let's just... Will you obey me just this once, baby? There. That was a little bit more complicated than I would have liked for it to be, but... In the name of centering the bloody thing. Okay. And rotate. Now, why did you do that? Shouldn't it have stayed at the same angle as it was? Oh man, everything's going wrong here. What the heck? Why? Okay, so if I duplicate this, that one's the right angle. Okay. And then if I rotate that 90 degrees, interesting. Okay, what if we do it this way? Like that. And like that. So each side is going to be slightly different because I'm using the quote-unquote fabric. I can live with that. But yeah, basically it's because of the angle. Because I tilted them up, they're not behaving properly when I rotate them. Can, will, and am working with it though. It's all in the name of finally being able to use the Indian fabric drapery, which is very appropriate for the Bengal tiger, let me tell you. I am fully aware that this is going to end up looking a little odd, but it's better than trying to come up with a whole nother roof treatment just for this section. So I'm gonna do it like this. I don't suppose I could get away with doing it like this. Nope, nope, I cannot. Okay. We're going to let this section flicker, okay? We're all going to grin and bear with it. Okay, bring this here. Going to give this a good embed into the wall. And then like this. Come along here like this. Make sure it doesn't stick out that side. It does not. Continue to ignore the flickering. Actually, we'll just we'll nudge this ever so slightly. There. No more flickering. No, not the fabric. I want the log. Give me the log. I want the log. Why won't he? Why? Okay, fine. I'll just use this one again. You cannot stop my plans. This is gonna look a little bit weird when you look at it up close like we're doing right now. But from a greater distance, it's gonna look fine. See, I win. I always win because I am the house. We're not gonna talk about what this corner's doing. I don't want to. Okay, that's 2 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. Actually, I'm not sure whether to count this as 1 or 2. I'm not gonna think about it. Let's not think about it. Let's not think about it and say we didn't. Get in there. We are not listening to the flickering. The flickering is not being listened to. We do not acknowledge the flicker. The house does not recognize the flicker from the floor. Is it showing through? It is not. Okay, good. Okay. And then... Oops. It's much harder to do this way than the other way. As if I just make this corner seam line up, it will hopefully be correct. This is kind of where I wish I could choose which end I'm rotating things from. It would make things a lot simpler. But I do not have that luxury. And then I realized that I had this set wrong. Oh boy. This should be here. This one side is going to be... Yeah, I don't love this, but I don't really want to be flipping directions halfway through either. Although it must be admitted that my life would be easier like, if I could flip this, like if I turned this around and then turned this around, but I don't really want the... I don't want the grid size facing this wall exactly. But this corner would make a lot more sense. Okay. Like that. And why? Why? I don't understand why these choose to do this way, but I will work with it. Does mean that these are all... These can stay. These are the same. Okay. So then what I need to do bring these here. Tuck them in. Like across the entire expanse, this is the same. Like on both sides. Whether it's the high side or the low side. So just come along here. Like that. Make sure I'm not coming out the edge. I am not. And then this is the right height, but I'm gonna have to end up eyeballing the placement, which is terribly annoying. Yeah, let's bring this over here. Okay, we know that this is the right height, but its depth I'm gonna have to adjust based on the fabric, and that will be, I will figure that out later. Now, once again, these ones are easy. Because they just line up to the edge of these boards. Oh, I didn't adjust this. Oh. Peachy Keen. that goes on this side. Oh, the roofing is only mildly insane. I'm doing well for me. Okay, let's get these adjusted. You know, by the time I finish this, maybe I'll be able to get them right the first time. There. Okay. And then duplicate, become the grid. Like that. Bring that up like that. And in like that, because why the heck not? I wish that the 1 meter height came in something bigger than a 1 meter than the square. I really wish that this came in something bigger than the square, because this is ridiculous. Alright. That's the grid work there. Like that. And I have a wall that's only the single width over here, so I am going to have to be a little more careful, but like that. Can I get away with that? No, I cannot. But I can get away with that. There we go. Okay, now you... Why are you like this? I mean, I know I set my snap to 15, and we all hate that, but... Oh, man. Okay, and then adjust... That'll do nicely. Bring these along here. Not 100% sure exactly what I'm doing at this corner, but I'm gonna do this for continuity's sake. And then we'll bring this over here, and we'll just sort of eyeball reality. That'll do. Okay, be the perfectly centered pole. Be the same height as the other poles. Like that. And tuck her in. Like that. Oh, I'm glad the people are enjoying the coyotes. Okay. And then... Oh, wait, this one wasn't actually set yet. Undo. Okay. Take this. Duplicate it. Okay, that's pointing in the correct direction. We will call that good. I'm just resolved and resigned to the fact that the corners are going to look weird because I don't know what else to do. Honestly, I think this is the way you're supposed to use these banners, but I'm not sure if this is the way one is supposed to use these banners, if you know what I mean. Like, with the way that they are bent and they're supposed to be fabric, they're supposed to be on an angle. And this, like, visually, this is the perfect angle. They're just really difficult to work with. That one actually cooperated on the first try, though, so, you know. Yay! Okay, now bring this sucker over here. And like this. Okay, we know that this is the right height, so there. And we just... How much do you stick out? I don't know. I'm gonna guess that that's good. I hope. I'm just gonna really hope that this is correct enough. Because I just... I did not anticipate these difficulties. There we go. think maybe one is supposed to set these up with some sort of space in between them, rather than using them as a solid roof. But I'm not sure what I believe anymore. I know it feels like it's sticking out too far. But, eh. Okay. 2 more to go. Just 2 more. Oh, of course it rotates from that side, of course. Okay. Like that. Excuse? Lady, what do you think you're looking at? You are walking through a construction zone. Okay, I need to fix that. I cannot have people just like wandering through here. There is a way to fix it, I just gotta... Okay, facilities. Bins, benches, and security. One there. One there. Okay, I didn't actually trap her ass in here, did I? She had left already? I should have checked that before I did it. Okay, yeah, that seems to... And they can't use these stairs because they are staff stairs. Okay, that will keep people from wandering. Oh. That will keep people from wandering through. I should have done that earlier. I also should have noticed that glass was sticking out there earlier. Much better. Also, what did I do over here? Okay, I used the logs. Alright, back to construction. These are my favorite things. Okay, like this. That feels right. Depth is hard to judge on this side. I'm gonna go with that. And like this. And tuck that down like that. There. Okay, now the doors match. Sorta. Grab all of that. Duplicate. Fill. That'll do nicely. Okay. Now that people aren't going to be wandering through my construction zone, back to making this pretty. You must be pretty, and your seams must line up. No stupid little gaps like there currently exists. Come on. Like that. Actually, no, I don't need to fix that one. All right. Someday, at some point before this last little bit here, I will finally get the spacing right on the first try, right? 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 I'm assuming that I'm not actually going to, but, you know, a girl can have dreams. Just because you're on the ground doesn't stop you from looking at the stars. I'm pretty sure I stole that line from somebody, but I honestly don't remember who or when or how, so it's mine now! Haha! Like that. I still didn't get it right. I tried so hard. But you know what? We can already tell that this is going to be gorgeous once it's finished. And that is going to make it worth everything that I'm going through here. And that's not just what I tell myself. The end is beginning to be in sight. Okay, okay. Oh. Wait. Oh. I turned around that side, but I didn't turn around this side. All right, let's fix that. If that's facing that way, then this has got to face this way. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's doing right. And we put that there. And just keep bringing this along. You know, I think I didn't bring this in far enough on this side, but okay, and then duplicate, become mesh. That. It's progress. This is the last long side. After this, there's just a little short one. Do, 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 do. Huh. Okay. That worked out suspiciously well. Okay, now I'll take this and duplicate it into being a pole. Make that pole be the same height as that pole. That's about as close as I'm gonna be able to get. And like approximately there, I guess? And just bring this along here. There. Okay. Whoa. You know what? You need to go. You are in my way. Okay. And grab this. Duplicate it. Like that. And like that. And like that. There is not a single corner that doesn't look weird on this thing. It's impressive in its own way. Okay, like that. Do 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 do. Okay. And now the main trick with the long expanses has been getting it to line up correctly. The math just doesn't quite math. But I'm trying very hard. If I line them up, Dimurda85. Hello, welcome to the stream. Is this game easy? Well, that does depend on how you play it. The controls are a little different. If you've played Planet Coaster, then the controls are very familiar, but if you have not played Planet Coaster, the controls are a little weird compared to other building games. What I am doing here is some very complicated and slightly difficult stuff overall, but you can also do things like build just boxes. Building just boxes is easy. The animal management part, it can be a little tricky until you get used to it. But like what I'm doing here with this enclosure is some very complicated stuff, and I wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't have quite a bit of experience in the game. But it doesn't take very much effort at all to say, you know what, where? Oh, there's one. Okay, so say take one of these, which is a grid piece, and smack that sucker down. Like, making boxes is easy. Making boxes is very, very easy. So if you want to just start with boxes, boxes work really well. And as you get further along in the game, you can start doing more complicated stuff. More like what I'm doing here. I haven't got a lot of boxes here. This is the closest I've got to a box, and that's because it's around a it's around a walkthrough exhibit, which I had to make things rectangular to fit around the exhibit. So yeah, this can be a very easy game. Or you can be like me and make things difficult for yourself just because. Okay, I'm almost done with this walkway roof, and then I'll be able to turn my attention back to finishing the walls. Yee! Now, I find this game really rewarding because I really enjoy building things, and I enjoy building things that are a little offbeat from what one would consider the usual. And of course, you know, it's full of animals. Beautiful, beautiful animals who are currently running away from me for some reason. So I play it as a building game, but it is also, it's a pretty in-depth management game. It's just that I have a bunch of the management stuff set. I'm in sandbox mode, so I set a bunch of the management stuff so that I could set it and forget it. Basically so that I could just build things to my heart's content. So once I get an enclosure set up, I don't have to go back to it to do any more, shall we say, massaging. But if I were running in franchise mode, I would have to be constantly leaving my construction in order to take care of things going on in the zoo. Like the animals having babies and getting overcrowded and having to do stuff about that, and dealing with there being too many adults in the pen because the baby's matured and stuff like that. In this particular sandbox, I have set it so that the animals do not die of old age, and nor do they have children. They are all infertile and immortal. They can still starve to death if I don't set things up properly so that they're fed, but I don't have to deal with them having a whole lot of babies and getting overcrowded. nor do I have to deal with the babies maturing and then there being too many adults in the pen. Now, if I were playing in franchise mode, it would be a very different story. Where the heck is the edge on this? Where is the edge on this? There. But that's mainly because I set up this zoo so that I could build spectacular things without having to worry about my animal welfare along the way. This is Nocturne, which is my own special zoo. It is a zoo that is only open at night and that only has nocturnal animals in it. So I've limited the kind of animals that I can have in here. So it's a pretty complex building management game, but some of the maintenance features can be mitigated. Yes, they can be mitigated if you play in sandbox mode. If you play career mode or if you play in franchise, you can't change the rules the way that I did. But in sandbox mode, you can build to your heart's content because your animals are not going to be overrunning you. And also in sandbox mode, I can limit the number of people that are in my zoo, thus saving my frame rate. Without having to worry about my budget being destroyed. That is one thing that you have to worry about when playing the other modes, is that money... It costs money to feed animals, it costs money to build things, it costs money to just have the zoo because there's property taxes. So the bigger your zoo is, the more it costs. Because you pay according to how much land you're using. In sandbox mode, I don't have to worry about that. My money is unlimited. Okay. I've nearly got this. Okay, I cannot make this corner seam line up, can I? Because I don't have a corner seam. I'm gonna try anyway. By eyeball, that's as close as I'm going to get. The animals have pretty detailed wants and needs too. How much water, population size, gender ratios. The enclosures need to reflect how much privacy. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like this side of the enclosure I am building to house hopefully 2 tigers, but with everything that I'm putting in here and the weird shape, I might only be able to have 1 tiger. But I'm hoping 2 tigers. You can't have more than 2 tigers unless you have baby tiger. More than 2 tigers do not get along and will fight. Now, once again, in sandbox mode, you can turn all of that shiz off, but I only turned off the aging and the babies. The animals still have their wants and needs, and as I mentioned before, they can. Whoops! Oh no, I wanted to duplicate that. I didn't want to move that. Okay, duplicate. Turn that into mesh. Foxes are small, furry escape artists. That is true, they are. They very much are. The fact that none of them have escaped yet this particular stream is a miracle. But yeah, this particular enclosure is, well, I have two, it's one enclosure, sort of, except that I've divided it in half so that I can have two different animals on each side, but have a walkway over both of them. Because I'm working with a bit of an odd space here. Is that sticking out? No, it is not. Okay, good. Basically, I was forced to put my train station here, and then I ended up with this weird ass space here, and with the foxes, with the raccoons being there, and the foxes being there, and the hyenas being there, it was I had some very weird places to put stairs. So the coyotes and the tigers are sharing an elevated walkway. Tigers need ridiculously high fences. Also, customers freak out a little when almost any animal hops out and goes for a walk. The freakouts that they have when the foxes escape is they run all the way out of the zoo. It's quite insane. And yes, the tigers need a ridiculously high fence, which the coyotes don't need as high a fence, so they didn't get as high a fence, but there's all sorts of considerations. Now, where was I? Oh yes, I was grabbing this. And I was bringing it over here. Like that. And also, like, the tiger's walkway, I am covering it just in case the tiger does some leaping about. But the coyotes, they can't jump so high, so they don't need a covered walkway. So it's been a whole thing today. Okay, duplicate that. Become a pole. Also, welcome back to the stream, Green. Thank you for helping me explain what the heck's going on. Covered walkway in case it rains tigers. Exactly. We do not want it to rain tigers. Raining tigers is bad. Funny, but bad. Goes there. But yeah, I'm almost finished the roof for this. And then hopefully finishing the walls will not be too time consuming. There we go. Okay, just gotta get the fabric on here. Although we are pretending that this is not actually fabric, but plastic made to look like fabric. Like that. I mean, if I had an uncovered walkway going through the tiger enclosure, I'm pretty sure it would be a safety concern. So this is to take care of the safety concerns. Wet pussy. Wet pussies are a safety concern? They can be. It can be very slippery. But also, I don't think these tigers are going to be very wet. Their pond is very small. I didn't want to give up too much floor space for it, so... There we go. Okay, the roof is complete. We have covered it. Also, welcome back to the stream, Madlib. Okay. You know, I think this works out pretty good. And thank goodness I filled in those corners before I put the roof on. Ugh. Jamming myself back into that walkway is going to be... I can't really go back in there ever again now. So... Have you ever read Beware of Chicken? It's not ringing any bells, so I'm going to go with no. Okay, so now I need to do this wall without completely losing my temper and deleting this tree. So yeah, I Beware of Chicken does not sound familiar, so I'm gonna go with no. Okay, turn off angle snap. Actually, wait, we turn angle snap back on and put it back to 30. Then we turn it off. Okay, like that. The question wasn't actually in relation to anything. I've just been listening to the audiobooks and they're fabulous. Oh, I see, I see. The tree must die, firewood. No, no, I put that tree in to be decorative. It's a very decorative tree. It's just my camera is kind of inside it for part of this wall, which is very inconvenient. Decorative firewood. Madlib, if I needed firewood in this zoo, I have many things that can be used as firewood that aren't the trees. Yeah, you do. Thank you for acknowledging that. Like, let's just talk about how many wood posts I just used to make the roof for the walkway here. I begrudgingly acknowledge your gaming powers. And the sheer number of different materials this game gives me to work with. Credit where credit is due and all. What the heck is this path doing? What the heck was I thinking when I made this path? Such craft, very populate space, so decor. Wow. Thank you, Madlib. Daw. What the heck is this wall doing? Brother John, hello! Welcome back! It has been a while. Oh, and thank you so much for the subscription with Twitch Prime there. Very much appreciated. I do believe... Yes, I have it in my notes. That means that you have 2 free renames coming up, Brother John. I've been holding on to one from your last one for so long. And also, no, I don't know why my things are not making noises the way that they're supposed to. Nothing in my settings has changed. I do not know why my sound alerts have turned off. I mean, my streaming software has been undergoing several updates lately, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of the updates ate my announcements sounds, but I honestly have not really looked into the problem yet. I should, but I haven't. The bat family must grow. Yes. We should probably review who has been covered already. All right. Let me let go of this construction project. Okay. There we go. Let's see here. Where are the bats? Let's go. Okay, there we go. Let's see, we have Tim Drake, we have Barbara Gordon, we have Alfred Pennyworth, Cassandra Kane, let's see, Bruce Wayne, Helena Wayne, Terry McGinnis, Stephanie Brown, and Dick Grayson. And we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more bats who have not been named for DC property. And no, I can't fit them all on one page. There's too many of them. That's the way these things go sometimes. Oh wait, there's also 2 down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 bats that have not been named for DC property. Okay, I'm gonna make the bats go away just for the moment while Brother John considers his choices. Okay, why are we like this? Oh, right. Alright, Kate Kane. We gotta go get the bats back. There we go. Okay. The first female who has not been renamed here. Alright. Kate Kane. Do we need to make Lucius Fox a fox? I would. They are flying foxes, so semantically it would still be correct. Because I haven't put the fruit bats in yet, we only have flying foxes. So you would like one of the males to be Lucius Fox then? Alright. Now let's make sure I spell this the same way that you did. Lucius. There we go. The bat family continues to be the bat family. We still have 5 bats left. I will still be streaming Planet Zoo through August and at least part way into September. I will be changing games for spooky season, and for me spooky season starts partway through September, at least on the stream, so that's the way that's going. At the moment you can see that I am sporting some sunflowers because it is actually my streamerversary month. So for at least for the rest of July and through a chunk-ish of August, we will be using my streamerversary graphics because I feel like it. So I'm sure that we will manage to get all these bats renamed. Brother John is very dedicated. Now, let's see. Back in here, how can I fix this? Because I kind of want to bring this down here. Okay, I have an idea. If we take this and like this, don't mind me while I mess around. Does that stick out weird? No, actually. It's a miracle. That wall's just gonna be extra thick. Oh my goodness, thank you very much for the bits.
John shared Dex 500. Happy streamer veracity Rue gift.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the bits. And the wishes of a happy streamerversary. Okay. Now if I do that, then I can grab all of these. And then bring them this away. Like that. And I'm gonna have to readjust them. I spend all my bits to rename the other bats after characters from the Silverwing series. Is that going to screw with the DC series theme? Not points. Well, that is the question. I mean, I will eventually have fruit bats in the zoo. There are the other kind of bats, but I haven't built their building yet. But I'm not sure how patient you want to be, because I don't know how long it's going to take me to get the fruit bats in here. Okay, I drew this path straight. Why is it curved? How dare you? Okay, I'm just gonna have to do it this way. And then grab these two. And rotate them that way. Rotated them too far. Ah, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Rotate back this way. There we go. And then just sort of mash this in there. And bring this in here. There we go. Oh, the flickering is bad. But I am victorious. Okay, we'll take this. We'll do that. And grab this one. And do that. How dare you throw trash on the ground where I'm working? The trash can's right there. And right there. What the heck? Why is there trash here? The zoo is supposed to have pigs, not be visited by pigs. Okay. Now, are these walls the same height? Close enough for pictures. Speaking of trying to do fancy things. Okay. This one and these ones. Not those ones. And then these ones. Okay, I know I did not mess up that badly. Okay, there we go. That. Just move that the heck down. Like that. Now I know that things are going wonky around here, but I'm working on it. Those are already underground. These need underground counterparts. And these. And that's when I realized I didn't select all of the pieces that I should have for that. That is my fault. Like that. All right. Now, these viewing windows are just going to be weird because of the swoop the ground does, but this is like a secondary view, a tertiary viewing space anyway, so I'm not going to get myself worked up about it. Okay, now I need a measuring tool. Oh, of course. We'll use the pole. I need it for the coloring anyway. Okay. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that should be just fine. How fortuitous that this employee walked by just at this moment. Alright. That's all I needed to pause for. And duplicate this and bring it up. And over here, where is my two? There's my two. And that is the full height of the wall. Yeah. Now, hopefully, game will let me get away with this. Come along here. Select all the bits that had been lowered. Like so. Duplicate. This is going to be a little rough because I'm working with such a large area, but bring this like that. Viewing windows, all the same height. Okay, I don't actually need that anymore, so it can go away. Oh. Darn it! Okay. Grab these. Duplicate. Raise. Grab those. Duplicate. Is Silverwing a book, a TV show, or a reference to Of Ice and Fire? I believe that Silverwing is a book series, but that's mostly Madlib's wheelhouse. I personally have not consumed it, so. Grab all of this stuff. Duplicate. Rise! Rise! Stop flickering at me. Oh man, we're gonna have to let the tigers flicker because I am not going through and fixing every single one of those. No, absolutely not. Okay. Haha. Now we just have to get all of these windows set up as windows with the bars. It's only going to take next to forever. All right. But nearly done. Almost done. Okay. Duplicate that. I'm going to turn angle snap back on. post. That's the wrong post. That's the right post. We'll go like that. Now we want the little post. Actually, no, wait, I do still want the longer one. We're keeping me posted. Okay, going to make the bottom one fairly shallow. Should I be doing this as the post, or should I be doing this as the board? What did I do over with the coyote side? One moment. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Whee! Okay, like that. And oh dear. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna work with this. It's gonna be slightly different than the coyote side, but... Okay, like that. It's possible that doing it this way is gonna make the glass easier, but we'll see. Alright. Oh lord, it does make the glass easier. Oh boy. That line there. Line that up height-wise there. And please to be stopping being difficult. Okay, and then if I just... I love it! Okay, and then this becomes post. And do my best to center it by eyeball. All right, this is going to be easier than than the coyote side, doing it this way. Maybe I should have done the coyote side this way, but it's too late now. That side's done. I'm not redoing it. Okay, come up here. Be a post. Well, actually, no. Be a board. Match height. Match edge. Whoop! Scroll a little too far forward. Continue. Continue. Put the glass in. Oh yeah, this is way easier than the way that I did the coyote side. Wrong post though. And try to center that on the seam. This is why I'm using the post though. It's nice and thick, so it hides my little human mistakes. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong board this time, isn't it? No, wait, that is the right board. Never mind. Like that. That, like that. Make sure I get the right post this time. Whoops. Now we don't want to leave a post embedded in the middle of the ground like that. Oh, I do believe one of the foxes just escaped. I don't really want to stop doing this in order to find out though, because I've got all the colors right now. And if I stop constructing to go and look, I'm gonna lose all the colors. So I guess I'm gonna be finishing these windows on pause, as sad as that makes me. I do so prefer to have a living, moving zoo around me when I'm doing this. I don't know why, it just feels better. Yes, I know that there's an important alert, that's why I paused. It's not as if the foxes won't put themselves back in by themselves, but just in case they won't, I gotta go look at it myself. Which I will do once I finish these windows. However long that ends up taking. One, two, three. Oops. Hit the post too soon. Okay, like that. The windows are going along on a fairly steady clip. It would be nice if this important alert requires attention would get out of the middle of my screen, though. I can't acknowledge you without letting go of the construction game. And we really don't want to let go of the construction because I'm using a lot of custom colors here. And I really don't want to have to keep reminding it of what the custom colors are. So, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna finish these windows, as I keep saying. Why is it so hard to see where that one's supposed to be? Okay, there we go. Not the window. We're using the stone because I want it centered on the stone. For some reason it just works better that way than centering it on the wood. Plus, you know, it ends up facing the right way when I use the stone. So yes, as I was saying, we will finish doing these windows. And that includes the windows over on the train station side. And then we will check out that alert. And then I will finally get my break. But these windows are basically the last thing that I need to do construction-wise for this enclosure. So I won't actually have to come back into the structure again. There we go. And these really tricky ones are almost complete. The other wall is a straight wall, which means I just have to set one and then I slide everything across. A little bit at a time, because I still want to get the spacing on the posts the same. But still, lot simpler, lot easier. Sideways motion is so much easier than what I'm doing right now. In fact, probably what I can do is I can just go across and do the bottom and the upright posts, and then go across doing the top and the glass. That is one of the reasons why I made that a straight wall. Besides, you know, believing that I had a nice straight path, which I didn't quite, but, you know. Okay, where are you? So yeah, this is the last of the tricky part. I think I'm going to keep these particular posts and boards in my favorites because I think they're going to be quite useful for many construction projects. I regret really not using them much up until now because this has been very convenient using them for this. I mean, the marquee beams are still awesome, but for this particular stone that I'm using, yeah, this wood has been much better than the marquee beams would have been. That. And like that. And then like that. Oh, wrong one again. And in there to hide my sins. And one more. Like that. Ta-da! Ignore the flickering, that's what I'm desperately trying to do. Okay. So, same thing here. Get a nice post and embed it into this wall here. I like that height. Then bring this here. Now let's just test if I can manage to eyeball it if I have multiples. Hopefully I will not regret this. Do-do-do. Okay, I can do that. Alright, this is going to be real simple. Just come along here. Like that. Yeah. Okay. Then grab all of these. Because they're all already at the same beautiful height. And bring them up here like this. Now these I'm going to have to do individually, unfortunately, but it should be quite straightforward. Since it's already facing the right way. Yeah, there we go. Now we're flying. Like this, like that, like this, like that. There. Okay. The tigers are sealed in. And we've got extensive viewing galleries. Whoop. Oh man. This is why I usually put in the trees well after I've built everything in an area. Sometimes your camera being in the middle of a tree is really not useful. Okay, that is exactly what I want. I'm just gonna double check to make sure the walls are extending under the ground. Which they are. Perfect. It's part of why the foxes keep escaping. Alright. Whew, alright, speaking of the foxes escaping. Oh look, it's me! I've escaped again. Except that I bet I haven't escaped. Yeah, I'm still inside the enclosure. Behold, I am on this side of the glass. Why does this keep happening? Okay, well, we'll let time run. Yes, yes, everybody keeps screaming. I'm still in the enclosure, people. Okay. The main thing here is that if you look at the barriers, they are well inside. There is no way that my foxy little ass should be able to phase through the glass to get to where that barrier is. And yet. Oh, I just... There is one thing I gotta go back in here for. One moment. Okay, edit. We've got to take away the barriers. Uh-oh. There we are. Okay, that guest barrier is no longer a barrier. This guest barrier is no longer a barrier. Okay. That was just while I was working, especially on the roofs here. I had someone who came wandering through, even though there wasn't anything here to look at. So, yeah. So I put in a barrier to prevent the guests from walking through the future tiger zone. Okay, so what'll be happening is I'm going to be taking my break, but when I come back from my break, I'm going to be making these stairs guest compliant so that they can use this as well as that. Right now these are set as employee stairs, so they are not able to use them. It's been very upsetting for their psyche, collectively. But oh dear, that tree is coming right through the wall. I'm not going to think about that. I do have to do something about this wall. This is a giant blank wall, and I hate it. I hate the fact that it's facing the rest of the zoo. Something will have to be done about that, but I'm going to be actually installing the tigers first. Because what I want to do is I want to put a whole bunch of vines and growth on this wall, so I want to make sure that it's compatible with the tigers and their plant needs. So when I come back from break, we will be putting the barrier on the tiger enclosure, and figuring out if I can have one tiger or two. And actually, let's reset all filters. Tiger, Bengal. Oh. Well, that is very convenient. Look at that. A silver and a bronze. Male and female. That is just too convenient. They're mine. Okay. So I'd better have room for two tigers because, yeah, I've got a matched set now. Yes, I know neither of them is a white tiger. It's fine. They're beautiful. Okay, so we have the tigers, so all I need to do is draw in the barrier and get some a keeper set up and some education. She said, looking at where an educational talk had just been occurring. We're going to continue to ignore the flickering. But yeah, what I was saying is I would like to take this giant blank wall and make it plant life. Preferably on both sides, but I'm not sure if I can trust the tiger not to climb it. But I don't know if I can use the wisteria, the grapevines, or what. So we're going to just wait a little bit until I have the tigers in here so that I know exactly how that's going about. Do tigers need climbing? One moment here. Wait, why am I doing that? Tiger, Bengal. Requirements. They do not require any climbing. They do not require any water. I am giving them water because it doesn't feel right to not give them water. But in order to keep them from being a problem with the walkway, I'm probably going to not give them any climbing or only give them extremely low climbing. We'll see. I don't remember how many enrichment items the tigers actually have, so that is something that's going to have to be worked out. So, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I still haven't exactly decided what to do over here. I've kind of got an edge of the zoo here. It doesn't have to be an edge of the zoo. I could put stuff in behind the train station, but I don't know that I want to because, like, there's only a sort of a sliver of space over here, whereas I have massive space going this way and massive space going that way because I basically set up in the northwest corner. This is the edge of the map right here where this forest is. The reason the forest does not extend is because that's where the edge is. I'm not allowed to build past that point. So I don't know that I want to try and put anything back here. But I have time to figure that out because once we get the tigers set up and installed and stuff, I'll be turning my attention back over this way. I'm going to finish filling in around the timber wolves over here and really start paying attention to the water here. I want to put a lake in here. I want to put an extremely large lake in here. And it's actually, the water is intended to extend over here. So I have to figure out how much further I want this to be a river before it starts becoming a lake. I think I might want to bring the river up to, like, around here before starting the lake, simply because of this. I'm not moving this ever again, but the thing is, like, I got very messy with the river around this point, so things really need to be smoothed out and taken care of, and it's incredibly deep. It is way too deep here. So there is stuff that needs to be fixed with regards to this river that I have been putting in. But especially since the lake itself is not going to be a very deep lake. I don't want a super deep lake. I want it to be just deep enough for the two species that I'm going to have living in it. And of course, I want to have water that extends underneath this structure here. This is intended to be a structure, but that also means that I am in fact going to have to delete this path, put the water in, and rebuild, which I'm not entirely looking forward to, but is something that needs to be done. But yes, so I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to finish off with the tigers. I'm going to continue thinking about what I want to do with this edge of the zoo, but we're going to turn our attention over this way so that I have more time to think about what I'm doing over here. This whole area is probably going to become lake. It's going to be spectacular. But yeah, first tigers. But also, before I go on my break, let's make sure that I save all of that lots of work, incredible amounts of work that I just did. There we go. Okay. And pause. Pause, I said. Okay. And I am going to take a quick break. I need to refill my drink. I definitely need to have a bio break. I maybe will run some ads. I'm not 100% sure on that one. There were some ads not too long ago, but I can probably do some more. And I'm going to take care of all of those things, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned. I tried poking my alerts during my break there, but I am a little mystified. They seem to have forgotten that I ever set sounds for them, that's definitely a new one. I will be looking into that more after stream so that I'm not making all sorts of random noises and such happening during stream. But I am not happy with all of these updates. First they do weird things with my sound, and now they're doing weird things with my alert, and I am not enjoying this. However, what I will enjoy is getting tigers into this zoo. So, how's that for a segue? Alright, so let's unpause and let's bring in a barrier here. Where was the corner? That'll do. Okay. That's one wall. And I actually got it inside the wall on the first try, no less. Well, almost inside the wall on my first try. Just gonna nudge this over here for safety. Alright, and then this one. I'm actually going to bring this one out here. I know that this looks incredibly bad right now, but... Now, why did you let go? Why? Why? Is it because of the train tracks? Obstructed. Obstructed by what? Because it'll go across the train tracks. Oh, we're having an interesting time here. Sometimes there's only one way to fix things. Now run that along here. And there. Just bring this slightly outside. Trying to bring this as close to the wall as I can without actually being inside the wall. Like that. I'll just dump an extra one in here to do that. Now, this one is a straight wall, so go like that. Oh man, this tree. How am I supposed to see what I'm doing? Bring this out here. Oh dear. Okay, so that's why we were getting the invalid singing. Kinda wish I'd realized that sooner, but I think I've got it back in the right place, and I realize I am in fact going to have to go back into construction because I need to put a frame on this door. But first we'll make sure that this barrier is right. Okay, is there any part of this barrier that is inside the tiger area? Nope, we are good. We are good. We are very good. Alright. I erased this somehow. Huh. Okay, I think we don't need this anymore. I'm gonna put this here, though. I think it looks better this way, but I'm still not sure what I did. Oh well. I mean, this wasn't going to be a staff path at any point anyway. I'm just surprised it changed so drastically. I think it's probably a good change, though. Okay, so we do need to hop back in here. I'm gonna grab one of these. Gonna do this very simply. Like this. That. Pretend to center it. That will do nicely. Like so. And then like that. And duplicate that into the interior. There. Now that the door looks like it's actually sealed. Okay. I am so glad I grabbed those 2 tigers when I did. Alright, we're gonna come over here. Mishka and Herschel. Deliver those to quarantine. I'll come back over here. And instead of Habitat 53, this becomes the Bengal tiger. And the Bengal tiger I want to. Okay, so I can't add it to the work zone from there. That's every time I relearn that, I get more annoyed. Okay, so Keeper Zone, Swamp North. We add the tigers. And then we add a keeper. Halt, Troy! Alright, you shall become part of the Keeper Zone, Swamp North. Okay, and we're going to take a quick pause here. I am pretty sure this is too much dirt for the tigers, but we will cover that base when we come to it. Habitat. Don't have to worry about water. They have water. Filter. Species. Bengal tiger. Food. Tray large. Right there. The water is not deep enough for the fish feeders, so we'll just be leaving those be. We're going to give them some shred. Over here. And enrichment. Oh, look at all that climbing stuff I'm not going to give them. They can have a sprinkler, though. I cannot remember if there are zebras in India, so I'm going to skip the piñatas. Blood scent marker, we'll pop that over here. Cardboard box sounds excellent, we'll put that here. Block of frozen fish. By the pond. Fire hose ball, yeah. Put that over there. Frozen blood pumpkin. Why are we freezing so many things for these tropical creatures? Put that there. Rubbing pad, absolutely. We're gonna put that right there. Restraint feeder. that down right there, just because I can. And the first tree of possibly many, if I can find room for it. If it stops arguing with me, it's arguing with me. Why are you arguing with me? Okay, they don't get a scratching tree. Scratching post, however, I can probably manage to fit in. Okay, and I need to do a little bit of messing around with this pond, but I think I will wait until the tigers are here and make sure that they can access it. All right. Oh, and education. Edumacation. Okay, I'm gonna use a board over here. I'm going to turn off angle snap while I figure this out. You know what? I'm going to make sure that the board is all nice and level and stuff. Whoop. Come on. Like that. And just, oh, come on. Much as I would like to put the board right where it will cover up the flickering, I think that would actually be a bad plan. So instead, we're just going to pop it right here. Still trying very hard not to think about the flickering. Well, that is an unanticipated problem. Perhaps we go for the one on legs again here. This here. And like try to line it up with the path-ish. That's backwards. That is better. I have absolutely no idea what plane this thing is choosing to exist on, though. Not the one I want it to, that's for sure. Alright, back to the legs. Line it up like that. And like that. And then, whoop, no! Why? It's fully inside the wall. Why? Sigh. Okay, grab that, grab that. Put them up there. Why they choose to be entirely inside the wall, I don't really understand. But it's really getting on my nerves. It looked like it was poking out, but it was not. I don't want to put them on the ground. They tend to get vandalized there, but I don't think I'm being given a choice here. See, that one is working as intended. Okay, that one there. One here. Oops. One here. here. And one right there. There we go. Now we just have to wait for the tigers to make it through quarantine. We're gonna fast forward just a little. Just a little fast forwarding. One of them is diseased. Great! Okay, back to normal speed. Okay, one has passed quarantine, the other one is diseased. I'll give it a little bit more time. There we go. Okay. Miska and Herschel. You are coming with me. Oh, and while that's being taken care of, let's grab the paths. Uh-oh. Oh, Houston, Houston, Houston. We have a problem, Houston. Why is this happening? Is it because of the barrier? It's probably because of the barrier. One moment. Horrifying things are about to happen. Oh my goodness! Hello! Welcome! Oh dear, oh it's scrolling so fast. Couch bugs! Hello, welcome, welcome! And welcome to your raiders! My goodness, there's so many of you. Hello, hello! Oh, I hope I managed to spell this right. At least I got that particular sound alert turned back on. Ah yes, last seen playing Planet Zoo, of course. Thank you all very much for your compliments on my zoo, although I know it doesn't look like much at this angle. Where was I? Oh yes, I was about to do horrifying things to the barriers so that I can change the stairs. And you are going to come all the way... Where are you trying to go? I don't know. Where are you trying to go? I don't know what you're trying to do, but whatever it is, please stop. Okay, let's just put that over there. And we'll put this over here. Kyle hates walls. The zoo, oh, the zoo's got lots of walls. Okay, now I can put that to being the right kind of path. And now we gotta fix these barriers because we've got tigers on the way. Whoops, no, not there. That. This goes back into this corner right here. And this goes back into this wall. And oh boy, I did really horrifying things here. Okay, this goes here. And this goes here. Okay, we fixed it. Oh my goodness. You give us a quick tour? Absolutely. Just... Okay, there we go. I will have to give the tour on pause because we do have tigers who are being delivered to this enclosure that I just finished. So I don't want to unpause and have them arrive to this unholy desert. But yes, this is an overview of the zoo. This is pretty much the outer edge at the moment. So I just finished the tigers here, and on the other side we have coyotes over in this pen here. This is the entrance that you can see here. Thank you very much for the follow there, Steedling. I thought I was gonna... I'm working in sandbox, so I don't have there are certain considerations that I don't have to deal with here, like money. Oh, thank you very much for the... Oh dear, I got the sound alert, but I can't see what it was. There's just so much coming through. But yes, this is the entrance to the zoo here, and one of my train stations. So this is the zoo Nocturne. It is my zoo that is only open at night and only has nocturnal animals in it. Post-scarcity utopia zoo. Thank you. And pretty much almost everything here I built myself with my own two hands. There are a few workshop items lurking around. Like you can see, there's a fox sculpture down here that I did not do. And the forests that I'm using for edging are also from the workshop, but everything else I built myself. Right here we have the arachnid house, which I built to look like a US ranch house, and which contains all of the spiders in the game in here. I really should have given it more than one door, but that was my mistake. So, and this is the main food court here. Thank you all very much for the follows. You're making excellent choices, especially since there is a channel point reward for renaming animals and staff members of the zoo. The only caveat is that you cannot name them a slur, and you cannot rename someone or something that has already been renamed. So... I like the one door. If the spiders escape, people get stuck. Well, it's not just spiders. There's also scorpions in there. That's why it's the arachnid house and not the spider house. Over here, we have the grizzly bears, who were the first animals to join the zoo. They have a cave which extends into the train tunnel and has my flying foxes on the other side. I built the mountain myself. Yes, I do. I have a train running through the zoo. This is main station. That's the first station right here. And the train track runs through here and underneath this path, through this mountain. It comes around through here. That is the eastern train station right over there. Then the train track comes around through this way. This whole area is unfinished, so it comes around through there. This is the western train station over here, and it continues on through here and comes back around into main station. What doesn't the zoo have? The zoo does not have a lot of aquatic creatures. That is coming up. The only aquatics that I have right now are my saltwater crocodiles, and over here we have the tapirs. Over here we have the timber wolves, and I'm very proud of this. We have hashtag conservation for the timber wolves. I adore soccer. I love a good game of footy. If I can give an animal a soccer ball, they get a soccer ball. But yes, these are the timber wolves. I made an elevated path that goes all through their enclosure, and I gave them a nice hill with their food tray on it so that people can watch them eat at practically eye level. But yeah, it ended up looking like a hashtag, so we make various hashtag jokes whenever we come over here. I'm still working on filling in around them. I'm filling in around them with basically fake exhibits because this area is too small for real ones. So right here we have the gray-bellied night monkey enclosure. You can see them right there. This is another workshop item that I picked up. So I've been building some various fake enclosures. Over here there are people in the way, but these are the short-eared owls. There's one there and one up there. They're easier to see if I go through the wiring. So I have a couple of owls in here, that sort of thing. Fake enclosures. Yeah, like often with zoos you end up with these weird shaped or sized blank areas, and there's just, you have to fill them in somehow, because leaving them blank, well, it ends up looking like this kinda, and it looks weird and not right. So you gotta fill them in. So I like to use trees, as you can see, but also I've been using fake enclosures because there's a bunch of nocturnal animals that are not actually available in the zoo. This is the zoo's restaurant here. It's two-story. We have terrace dining above, and we have what is the right word? Cubicle? What is the right word? The other kind down here for the restaurant, and here you can see the train is coming through. Around by the restaurant and by the train over here we have the snake garden, which is huge. This is a garden with a witch's hut that contains all of the snakes in the game scattered around through it, and then I filled in gardens around in between the snakes. I went a little bit nuts with the gardens for the snake garden. I'm doing very sweaty. I'm sweating very hard on this zoo. But yeah, so we have each of the little sections I did with a different set of plants and such like to fill in around through the snake garden area. How do I move in? I'm not sure, actually. The landscaping. Thank you. So that's the snake garden, and of course, as I mentioned, we have the witch's hut in here, which is also, it's the rest area with the brats and brews. Thank you very much for the applause. I do have a tour that's coming through the snake gardens, so this is the rest area for the tour, so people can go to the bathroom and the tour guides can have a little break and such like. These are my African wild dogs, which are a species that a lot of zoo builders really ignore. Unfortunately, they are not considered very pretty by the game, and not very many people put them in. But the fact is, if you actually look at them, these guys are just beautiful. They are gorgeous, and they have multiple colorways for the dogs. So I have all sorts of colorways available in these dogs, and they're just beautiful. So, you know, having a nocturnal zoo was a perfect excuse to put them in. And this is the Eastern train station, which I built myself. I've been building the train stations I have borrowed a book from my father, who is a train obsessive, which is a book of pictures of train stations, basically from the turn of the century in the US. They're all train stations that were built in the 1800s and the early 1900s. And I went through and I picked out a few pictures that I like, and whenever I need to build a train station, I roll a die to find out which one I'm going to build. So I built this with a picture and what was available to me in the game. And it's I'm rather proud of this one because we have both the luminescent windows that the game gives you and also real windows that we can actually look through into the train station. This is actually the outer edge of the zoo. I've got my skunks over here. I've got my Arctic foxes up in here. They're in an enclosed structure so that they can keep their cold inside. And I'm doing this tour in a very jagged way. These are deer over here, which is a long story, but yes, we have European fallow deer here in the Nocturnal Zoo. One of them's a ghost. I had to. Just look at the rack on this deer. How could you say no to this rack? Do I have penguins? No, I do not have penguins. The aquatic species, the majority of them haven't been installed yet, and also, alas, penguins are not aquatic. So there will not be penguins in this zoo. Over here I have a couple more of the not real enclosures. This one is the barn owls, who I built a barn for. And this one is the small-toothed palm civet, which I went a little nuts on, but I like it. And once again, we are at the outer edge of the zoo. I'm expanding out this way, but I haven't gone quite so far yet. These are... these are... what were these? Were these civets? Oh dear, I've completely forgotten. Who are you? Oh, that doesn't help. There we go. Oh, the fossas! These are the fossas. Dang, you got raided. Yeah. Welcome back, Madlib. But yes, I have the fossas up in here, and a little food court next to it. This is the edge of the zoo. I've been working on this river. This is very incomplete. It's going to become a lake out this way, and that's where the aquatic species are going to go. The rules say to be excellent to each other. Yep, yeah, that's... We just became best friend streamers. Alright, alright. This enclosure is my red foxes. As you may be able to tell from my name, Foxwine, I love foxes as much as I love soccer. So my red foxes got a very fancy enclosure that I built all of these little row houses, and the foxes live in the backyards of the row houses. We're dual streamers. Azure is the other one. Oh, I see, I see. So yeah, the foxes are living it up in people's backyards. Where do the foxes make the wine? Well, I mean, these are all grapevines. all of the trellises have grapevines, so where can we try this fox wine? Well, actually, I'm already resident in here somewhere. One of these foxes is, in fact, my version in the zoo. I can never find her when I want her, but she escapes frequently. For some reason, there she is. There she is. What does... Oh, please, not that song. Well, the fox wine that I am named for is actually plum wine. So if you want to know what the fox wine tastes like, go out and find yourself some plum wine. I sing too? Yes, I do sing. I in fact have a redeem for sing mode. It is a little point expensive though, so you gotta watch a few streams before you can do it. Although I do also sing randomly while I'm working, so... Oh, wait, Madlib does in fact have enough points left. I thought you said you'd run out, Madlib. Okay, let me find my timer. Let me find my timer and we will get... So, sing mode is where I am forced to sing instead of talk for 10 whole minutes. Alright, there we go. It is now sing mode and I'm still mid-tour. But in any case, these are the hyenas. I've used the less commonly used hyenas, so these are spotted hyenas. I just thought I'd use the rarer ones rather than the striped ones, which a lot of people use. And then over here is the western edge of the zoo, where I've got yet another train tunnel. And here we have the palace cats. And more staff areas. I made all my staff areas look the same because I didn't want to design each one. These are the Tasmanian devils. And of course the edge of the zoo. This map is a little cliffy, so I've had to build a lot of retaining walls. And here we have the waterfalls, which feed the moat for the castle, which is the entrance area. You have no idea how many rocks. I mean, there's all these ones. The mountain is built mostly out of rocks, although it's on a shell of dirt. And here we have the first lake, which is the smaller one. I'm quite proud of this one. It's my best lake yet. It's a little hard to decorate lakes. It's a bit of a trick. So I'm pretty proud that I managed to get this one so pretty. What animal am I adding next? I'm in the process of adding the tigers right now. This building is where the African crested porcupines live. There is an incredible amount of detail, yes. These are the kiwis, who have a glass roof because kiwis fear hawks. And these are the European badgers, who are never outside their burrow. Are any of them outside? Wait, one is. There he is. One European badger is not underground. Yay! So, that is the majority of the tour. Admittedly, it's not a massive amount of detail, but there's so much. These are the raccoons, these are the sloths, and we're waiting on the tigers. Let's get the tigers. Here, tiger, here, tiger. Thank you for calling me delightful. That's very nice. Show them the buildings. Which buildings? There's so many. Okay, now we've got tigers. But, like, this is the train station that I finished most recently. This is the western train station. It hasn't gotten any terraforming around it. But inside, we've got all of the interiors finished. So this is the entrance to the queues with a nice little flower thing. A ticket booth, that's the exit. Over here we have coffee and donuts. And over on the other side we have a toilet. But I'm not sure if just the things with roofs count as buildings, or if all of the enclosures count as buildings. It's a little complicated. Just give me a moment here while I try and set up my education. That'll do. So, pretty much everything I built myself, so it's all null barriers and stuff that I built with the construction. Now it's okay that these are overlapping because they're all saying the same thing anyway. Spending a lot of time in a high melodic sea. It is my most comfortable place. But, where was I going? Wait, I missed a board. I missed a board. There it is. That board. And this. It doesn't need to be that loud. No, wait. That's better. I praise you for knowing what that means. I mean, C is just the most common chord that there is. It's like running your fingers along the piano. That's C. It's just easy, and my voice is kind of naturally high, so I kind of drift up into the well treble range. So it's just simpler that way. Now where did I put all the speakers inside? There's one. And turn up the volume, turn up the volume. This is the problem with having to put in so many speakers, then you gotta turn them all on. While being really careful that they can't hear about Bengal tigers while being with the coyotes, because then everybody gets confused. Whoops, no, not the entire structure, just the speaker. Okay, that's like not making it to where anybody can hear. That's fine. Okay, there we go. It's good the tigers are getting an education. The people must be educated. I may have limited the number of people at my zoo to save my frame rate, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be educated. I always make sure to set up full education, even though I'm in sandbox. Basically, the only thing that the sandbox I'm using for right now is the unlimited money, and so that the animals do not age or have babies. That way I can spend my time building things instead of managing the animals. Okay, now for the trickier part. Oh, they have more than enough space. That's awesome. That's good, that's good. And remarkably, we have the right combination of everything. How did that happen? Jokes in sing mode. You also play in sandbox and forget to limit contraception. Yeah, I like playing in franchise mode, but sometimes dealing with all the babies and all of the deaths are kind of time consuming. Alright, Asia, tropical, grassland, temperate, thank you. We all want the animals to manage as best they can, but do we ever stop to consider what the animal management? Sing us an animal pun. Do I know an animal pun? I'm not sure. I mean, I only have one set of bears, so I can't even make a bear joke. We had a spider die, and it was probably dead for an in-game year before we noticed. Oh no! Oh dear. Okay, let's see. I'm avoiding the palm trees because they just don't go with the rest of the zoo. But what else do we have? The apple trees are really short. The aguilarias are much nicer and work well with this whole pathing thing I have going on. Wait. Random rotation. Always do your plants with random rotation unless you're doing vines on a wall. Otherwise, everything will be facing in the same direction and it will be weird. I love this beech tree, but it fits nowhere. Please name a tiger spot. We're gaming a tiger spot. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm in Harshal right now, so that's the easiest one. Sorry, Harshal. Now your spot. Palm trees belong in sunshine. In this moonlit, post-apocalyptic, nocturne zoo form, we demand weeping willows. Ooh, they're all so big, but I'll see what I've got. Back to your plants. Whoops. No, we only want plants, no rocks right now. Whoop. That's the timer. And I wouldn't have it as a channel point redeem if I was not willing to fulfill the channel point redeem. Also, speaking of, alright, that is complete. That is complete. Oh, I missed the tell a joke, so it's a good thing I came in here to... Okay, so the tell a joke got buried under everything else. Let me find my jokes. Sorry, you're not getting the joke in musical, Mad Lib. It's I missed it. All right. Let's see. Can I quickly find an animal joke in here? Oh, here we are. What do you call two monkeys who share an Amazon Prime account? Primates. Completely understandable reaction to being bombarded by new viewers astounds me. My completely understandable reaction astounds you. All right. Glad to always surprise. Are you booing my joke, Madlib? Oh, that's why you told me to sing the pun. Oh, I see. I'm doing my best to read upward. Okay. Now, do the tigers actually like weeping willows? They do. Are any of the weeping willows the right size to fit in here, preferably by the pond? Whoop, no, that's a wall. Okay, that is fully embedding itself into the path. I think that's the smallest one too. Well, this one is narrower. I might be able to work with this one. Hold on a moment. Hold, please. We gotta make this one upright. There we go. Okay. And then we'll just sorta... Yeah! Alright, we got a weeping willow in here because one of them was narrow. Okay, let's see. What else have we got on tap here? I could put a strangler fig on this side. That would match the strangler fig that I have over with the coyotes. Right there. Now, I do like to use trees for the majority of my filler. They fill in so neatly. I just have to be careful that I don't end up with like the really tall ones, because I don't really want anything sticking out too much within the zoo. Riots can be fun. It depends on which side of the riot you're on. It's been a while since I've used a ginkgo. We could pop a ginkgo in here. Hopefully that's not too close to the food tray. Sometimes there can be issues with that. Okay, I need a tree like around here somewhere because we've got a big bare area now. The paths within the structures, how do you manage that? Well, it's a combo deal. Basically, I built the paths first. So this is the same pathing system as the zoo. So these are actually the stairs to get in there. So I built the paths, and I built the stairs on the grid. So the stairs are a set amount apart, and they're a set height. So from there, I built the structure around the stairs. Yes, it's a 4-meter grid. So the coyotes don't need to have a roof, so their path is curvy. But once again, this bit where it crosses the wall between the coyotes and the tigers is on the grid, so that I was just able to build the grid wall right between them. The tiger path, because it has a roof, was built entirely on grid, and then I built the structure around the path. And as long as you build the path on a 4-meter grid, it is very easy to do that. No, I turned off path supports because I think they're hideous. So there is a little bit of suspension of reality within my zoo. Sometimes I will build path supports or bridge supports, but most often I will leave them floating because my brain prefers the floating to the absolutely ugly path supports. I also don't usually use railings or curbs on my paths for similar reasons. I don't like the curbs on most of the paths, so I usually work curbless unless I'm up in the air. So I tend to fill in around with like plants and that sort of thing to cover up the fact that there's no curb on the path, sort of thing. But it's an aesthetics decision. Okay, I walked all over your terrible, good, very bad pun-filled message. Oh, I must have missed that one. Hold on. I will scroll up. Oh my. Oh, there we go. Okay. Pumpkin. I don't want to badge you about it, but if you ever need puns, I got you. They can be quite endearing, but you outsource the jokes, as coming up with them on the fly is a whole different animal. Yeah, that's why I actually have a document on my computer that has all of my dad jokes for when people redeem a joke. So I'm not actually coming up with my jokes off the top of my head. But yes, where was I? Oh yes, I was trying to find a tree for this spot right here by the sprinkler. Actually, I might have to move the sprinkler, but we will cross that bridge when we come to it, if we do. I like the fig trees, but they're a little short for what I'm looking for here. Maybe an elm? Maybe not this elm, but I do like an elm. What about number 3? Okay, that one's a little too tall, and I can't really sink the elms very far because their branches start very low down. Maybe not an elm then. As I said, I'm not putting in palm trees because it doesn't really go with the zoo. The yew trees are lovely, but I'm looking for something that it actually reaches above the incredibly tall walls that the tigers require. The ash tree is a little short, but let's try the ash tree, but let's not have it shove its way into the enclosure of the pathway here. Like that. Even with all of this tree, we still have not come close to meeting their minimum requirement. But I think that's probably enough tree, and we should go for some more low-lying stuff. Particularly, I kind of want to get some rocks in around the pond area, because the edges are a little... Yeah, they're definitely... I like to put in the trees first when I'm doing plants, especially for things that like to have a lot of plants, because that way I have the trunks set places and all of that sort of stuff. Like, it is very barren in here. Is not nice. Now the pity is that these guys are not taiga, so I don't have the right kind of rocks, so I'm gonna have to do those later. But we need some greenery in here. Like, I know the ground is all dirt, but like we could actually you know, I said align to surface, so why are you underwater? Answer me! Is it because it's so shallow? Oh, it's because it's so shallow. That's why. Okay, forget floating things. Let's see. I mean, we could go nuts with the drin grass. That is a thing that I have done before. But I think with this much dirt, I might want to do something a little different. Although, we can use the drin grass a little bit around the pond. Because they make a good... They make a good substitute for what you would actually find growing around a pond. As I am going to come in here with some rocks so that the edge is slightly less hideous, but really quick, go back to the lily pads, check the align to water. I mean, I can't put in very many lily pads because it's so small, but let's see. Oh, that's right, I didn't have the align to water. They're still having a time. No, there's a great deal of suffering going on with the lily pads here. Oh boy. How are you a bush? Excuse? You're not a bush, you're a small tree. I'm still gonna put you in here though, because we need something like you. Just wanted The align to surface was messing them up. I see. Yeah, I've found that the align to surface for water only tends to work with deep water. So when you've got a very shallow water, like what I have here, you end up having to set things by hand. And yes, that thunder is happening outside, not in the music. If we start getting flashes that I can actually see, I will have to end stream a bit early. But for the moment, have you tried not having shallow water? The thing is, like, I don't want the tigers diving because I don't have any underwater viewing. So I made the water just deep enough for them to register the water, but not deep enough for them to dive under the water. The tigers will dive and swim underwater like an aquatic being if they're given deep enough water. So it's a whole thing of, you know, not giving them enough water to do that if you don't have viewing for it. There's gotta be... Like, if I were in the Australia area with these guys, I would be able to use there's a beautiful ground cover in there that I would be able to cover this entire place with, and it looks awesome. I have it in with the Kiwis, but I don't think I have anything equivalent here. And most of the large ground cover look pretty bad on dirt. At least they're not drowning. Oh no, the tigers love to swim. The tigers absolutely love to swim. The problem I have is the opposite one. They want to be underwater where they cannot be seen. Man, I do not have any good ground cover that works on dirt with these guys. I don't really want to use the Drin grass, simply because I don't want to be rebalancing everything. Well, you know what? Let's get some hostas in. It's not the way that they actually work in nature, but I like to put stuff like this around the base of trees. And I'm pretty sure there wasn't there... Oh, there's some elephant ears, but I don't know what to do with them in this situation. It's been raining all day where you are? It's only really been raining after it got dark. We did get a little bit of thunderstorm in the early afternoon, but then it cleared up and we had some really nice sunshine. And then after it got dark, the rain started up again. Like, these things actually look really good in long grass, but I do not have long grass to work with here. Oh, elephant ears sunken into the water at the edges with the grass. I don't know, maybe. Where'd they go? I've lost them. Oh, there we are. I think the mediums would be... As I didn't really finish putting out the grass, so... That is one thing to bear in mind when you are doing plants. There is no rule that says you gotta use the entire height of the plants. Some things just look better if you use them in the water. Oh, no, I don't want them in the water. No, something with leaves like these, I want to be able to see them. but I have no problem putting them at the edge of the water. We gotta compare notes. I think we could learn a lot from each other. Well, I mean, it's not actually comparing notes, but let me, whoop, that's what I get for typing too fast. That's too many vowels, fingers. There we go. I do archive my streams on my YouTube channel, so there is a Planet Zoo playlist there, which is all me building the Nocturne Zoo from the beginning when I built a castle that wasn't big enough, right up into the previous stream. It's not exactly comparing notes, but it is my process on building this zoo. The one on the left, sparse and beautiful. The nonsense on the right, delete, I regret I regret everything. Too much? I mean, it'll look better once I get some rocks in, probably, but it might be a little... Let's just... Whoop. Volpes Vino is fantastic. It means foxwine. When YouTube went around and was being all, you have to pick a name for your YouTube channel, Foxwine was already taken by me. And they were like, you can't name your channel Foxwine. We already have a user, Foxwine. And I was like, that user is me. I want to name my channel that. And they were like, no. So, yeah, my channel is Volpes Vino now. And I mean, it works out. Volpes Vino is pretty evocative, I'd say. YouTube makes YouTube decisions. That's the main thing. But yes, I do archive the majority of my streams on the YouTube channel. The group gaming the stuff that I do on Wednesday does not get archived, but everything else does. And anything that I have streamed twice or more gets its own playlist. And recently I went through and I actually made thumbnails for everything. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my YouTube channel these days. Right, I was trying to find the bracken because I think the bracken would look really cool around the base of the strangler fig. Where'd it go? There it is. Alright. Yeah, I was right. This looks amazing. Like that. We'll just stretch it this way just because I can and I feel like it. This is why random rotation is so important, folks. Because you'll decide, oh hey, I like that, I'm just gonna extend it. And then what are you gonna do? Look at my grass is amazing, give it a push. I mean, my grass is practically non-existent around here. I want more asters. That's what I want. Okay, you, Spot, tell me about your plant needs. We're there just barely. We've still got a large expanse of barren ground, though. Oh boy. How to address this problem? I mean, I could use a whole lot of hanging ivy from the paths. I'm not going to do that, but mainly because that's what this wall is for. Plants are going on the outside of this wall because it's such a big blank wall. So, I'm making the inside look nice, and then we can unpause, and I will be going mad on that wall there. Emphasis on mad. Man, I wish that I had like a big patch of hostas. Unfortunately, I would have to set it up myself, and I just... Ugh. As someone who loves the shit out of ivy on a wall, why does it matter if they're both covered in green? Mostly it's a little tricky. I may come back and add ivy just so that we don't have this big visible thing. But this is going to be a pain because, as you can see, the plants are not actually sitting flat to the wall. They're going to the joints in between the pieces. So, yeah. I would possibly come back and do ivy along the path, but I'm not going to... Well, actually, I will... I do want the snap to position because that way they would in fact be flat on the wall. I just gotta rotate them. I do want it to be flat to the wall though, so have you seen how many individual rocks Foxwine has placed? Yeah. I have placed several of the rocks I've placed between streams rather than making people have to sit through it. But yeah, I do not want to count how many rocks there are. Okay, I am going to do a thing. We're going to come out here to the path and we're going to put that down there. And then we're going to take you and put you down there. And... obey me! Don't mind me, we're making some ground cover because the game won't give me any. Okay, and then take that one. There. And make sure we got all of them. The game has seen fit to not bless me with appropriate ground cover, so I'm making my own. Unfortunately, it doesn't rotate itself in this form, but, you know, we can take care of that. I may have put too many flower heads in here. Like that. This way is a shortcut. It's not one that I really enjoy using, mainly because it doesn't rotate itself. But it is definitely a way to deal with large areas, is taking one or two plants and layering them together into a fair size patch that you can then drag around and cover a lot of ground with. Fine, I'll make my own buildings with blackjack and hookers. Exactly! Planet Zoo has only seen fit to provide large ground cover in an extremely lumpy form, and yeah, it's frustrating. As I said, the main problem with this is that even with random rotation on, this bloody thing does not rotate itself because it's made up of so many plants, which is unfortunate. And also, I baited on the path because the path is flat. When you're doing something like this, always make sure that you make your pattern, your template, whatever you want to call it, on a flat surface. Never make it on a slope or something that's humpy, because it's going to end up looking really weird when you start sliding it around places. So I almost always build those sort of things on paths and then take them inside, or wherever it is that I'm intending to go. Because the paths level themselves, so I don't have to think too hard about it. You could angle once and then place it in random spots, then rotate. Yeah, I could. I'm not actually certain exactly how much ground I want to cover here, though, so... But as I noted, the tigers don't actually have a top end, so I could keep going for a really long time with this. What about those flower ground covers? They also work. In this particular application, they don't work as well. I find that they look best on grass, either the short grass or the long grass. When you start putting them on dirt, they look a little odd, unless you're like going over a transition between dirt and grass. So the flowers, they're very good for on grass. They're excellent for on grass. But for large expanses of dirt like I have here, not so good. Which is why we're using the lords and ladies, because they are spread far enough apart that they don't make dirt look weird. So that's pretty much the reason. Okay, I'm gonna call that just good enough. May come along and put in some creepers around the edges. But, okay, we're letting go of the template. Always remember to remove your templates after you're done with them, otherwise you have some really weird looking paths. Okay, I'ma call that good. Admittedly, does look a little unusual, but when have I ever done anything normally? So yeah, now we have... I definitely overdid it with the flower heads. I did not need this many. I may go through and randomly delete some in between streams because this is a little bit much, but that is a problem for future Foxwine. Okay, the tigers definitely have enough plant life now. Let's just put that away. And they're installed, so let's make sure to give them grade 3 food quality so that they have the best possible meals. How is your enrichment? Oh, your enrichment is spectacular. Alright, we're good. We will unpause and look at that. Habitat 94%. You greedy... Greedy! Just greedy! It'll be fine. Now, let's see here. What do we have available in the vine range here? Okay, well, we have the ivy, but most of that is set horizontal. So that might be better for when and if I come through to do the path stuff. Let's see, what else have we got? There's the liana, but it doesn't have leaves. It's not going to be any good for this poor wall. I do believe we're going to be going nuts with wisteria today. Wisteria's nice and fluffy. Okay, No, we are not adding that to the group. What kind of crazy do you think I am? Oh, right. We have to turn off random rotation when we're working with climbing anything. Why are you doing that? Okay, we're going to have to do this the weird way. Come with me to the top of the wall. Oh, that's an interesting choice you're making there. Are you sure that's the choice you want to make? It's trying to set its stem on the wall. It's not lying flat to the wall. Fascinating. Okay, but we can make the fill work. Probably. No, the fill doesn't want to work. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to eyeball this whole sucker. Okay, okay. Once I get one of them, the rest will all fall in line. That is the thing. Okay. Now we definitely do not want to have random rotation turned on for this. So this is going to get a little thing I said before about angling and placing in random spots and switching angles and repeating. Yeah. Is this my squarest piece of fill? That's the question. Yes, yes it is. Okay. Why? You are flat to the wall. Why are you going into the wall now? Eyeball Central, that's me. Okay, I think I might possibly have it now. Nope. I do not. It's still angled somehow. This is what I get for building this wall entirely out of the non-grid pieces. I would cry and then rage quit for an entire day. But I'm used to arguing with I'm used to arguing with this game by now. Okay. I have forced a row. Alright. I'm gonna hope that this one is the most flat to the wall one, because otherwise this is gonna get really painful. Back to the wisteria. Now, you know, Why are you like this? That is upside down. That may explain some things. Okay. It doesn't matter what way up the fill is, But as long as everything else is facing in this direction, we should be okay. Okay, and now here's where this lovely little thing that they added really comes in handy. Because you can grab 2 of the arrows and just sort of slide things around. Try and make sure we're actually part of the wisteria. There we go. Let's see here. Okay, this vertical isn't flowering. That's perfect. Oh wait, it is flowering. Never mind. We're still gonna use it. I'm just gonna pop it in here. Now here's where I have an advantage because I have actually met wisteria before. I have a wisteria that I have to look after. Now, why is the trunk like that? Why would you design it like that? Okay, we'll do the trunk last, apparently. What does cluster 4 look like? Oh, it's big. Let's pop you in over there. So I know how wisteria is kind of supposed to look. Music is so zen. Yeah, it is kind of. And a 1 here. And there. Okay, now it's trunk time. Now, why it's like this, I do not know. We'll bring the trunk down. Semi-tuck against the wall, but not too much. Oh, that sticks out a lot, don't it? Okay, tuck it in a bit more. Trunk there. Trunk here. And trunk here. Wisteria! I mean, it is blossoming a bit more than real wisteria. But man, does that look good. And now the question becomes... Hey, guys. Tigers. Where are you? Seriously, where are you? Hello? Hello? There you are. Well, one of you. Hello, Spot. Tell me about your plants. Do you sense that wisteria? Interesting. Well, senses some of it. Not a lot. Not a lot, but definitely senses some wisteria. It's very interesting, you know, how much wisteria I put on there, and it looks like I'm going to have to put some on the other side of the wall too here. Oh boy. All that wisteria, and it's only 4%. I wonder if I just, you know, selected the whole thing and 180'd it. It might be a little bit lazy, but... Oh, wait a minute. There's one thing I forgot to do. Climb check. Okay, unclimbable. 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 Perfect. Okay. Another way to save your frame rate in your zoo is to make I'm serious, all of your trees unclimbable. Just unclimbable everything. What do you mean 60 objects? Oh. Stop fucking with me. It's very cute that you want to do this, but this is the problem with using the multi-select tool. Okay, I've nearly removed all of the stuff that isn't wisteria. Did I really put down 45 pieces of wisteria? Dang. Okay, I don't see anything besides wisteria lit up at this point, so let's do something crazy. Take that. Please, please let me still have angle snap on. I don't remember turning it off. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I win. I win. I win. Ha ha ha. And I'm just gonna pull this out just a bit like that. And scooch it over this way like that. Admittedly, this means I'm going to have to figure out a way to represent it lapping over the top of the wall. But... we've taken care of the big blank wall problem. The big blank wall problem has definitely been dealt it's been dealt a killing blow here. Okay, the horizontal wisteria is not going to help me here unless I do something really horrific. And I'm probably going to have to. What? Has one of the foxes escaped again? Yep, Grace is out. Is Grace actually out? Grace, hello, where are you? Grace. Nope, Grace is not actually out. Grace has managed to escape without escaping. How do they keep doing that? That's the question. Okay, back to my massive wisteria. Can I grab just the horizontals? Yes. Okay. Bring them in here. Oh, okay. Like this. Okay, okay. And like that. And scooch it over that side. Victory is mine! Ha ha! It is done. What is the exhibit you're building for? I just joined. Oh, hello, hello! Nutella. Hello, Nutella. Welcome to the stream. Well, this is the tiger enclosure. Mostly. I just recently installed the tigers, and I ended up with this gigantic blank wall, and it needed some help, so I gave it some help. So this is the tigers in here, and yeah, it's really starting to bother me that I put in so many flower heads. That exhibit is sick. Thank you very much. I built it myself. Whoops. Oh, not that one. Oh man, paring this down is gonna take a really, really long time. I'm probably gonna do that off stream. But I put a ridiculous number of flower heads in here, and I should have put more greenery and less flower. Because honestly, the tigers do not care. So yeah, what I need to do is like go through and delete a whole bunch of these flowers, and then go through and increase the number of the just leaves ones. That number of flower heads looked fine on the starter group that I created. It does not look quite so fine now that it's all spread across the ground. I own my mistakes! But yeah, I need to thin this out like a lot. Oh, the tigers are making noises. Okay, so that is a thing that I need to do, but just for the moment, we are coming up on the end of my stream here, so I just want to let's see. We need the tiger rocks. The tiger rocks for the tigers! Because I kind of hate this what's going on here. So flatten you out, bring you down, and remember to turn random rotation back on again. I'm not gonna do anything too terribly fancy here. Mostly because anything fancy I would do would be blocking water access. So... But I am gonna bring some rocks in. We're just gonna do like this. Now, what biome rocks you use, the animals do not care. I use the taiga rocks because this is a taiga map, so that when I paint things as rock, they blend. Which is what's going to be happening here in just a bit. So I'm just gonna... I'm going to do a relatively minor rocks thing around here. Trying to avoid the base of the tree, which I failed miserably just there. Like that. And then Spot will help me. They can certainly have more rock and less soil, so we're just gonna blend a bit of rock in around where I put rock in, so that things look slightly less unnatural. I mean, we still have some weird edges going on, but it's slightly less weird now. Alright, thank you, Spot. Where are my rocks? I'm gonna try and make this edge look slightly less weird here, so bear with me. Okay, that is what I feel is better. I do need to scooch some of these plants around. Because I don't want them sprouting up through rock. So we're just gonna... like that. I still need to do a bunch of work so that we're not quite so flower head spiky all over the place. But I'm gonna do that off stream. Oh, we're floating here. Oh, that's bad. You Planet Zoo every time you stream. I am a variety streamer, so each day of the week that I stream a different game. I stream Planet Zoo on Mondays, currently. I will probably be switching my Monday game sometime during September, but up until that point, it's going to be Planet Zoo on this channel on Mondays. And of course, typing it again. On my YouTube channel, you can find my Planet Zoo streams archived there, so you can watch them even when I'm not streaming. Thank you very much for the follow there, Nutella. It is much appreciated. And of course, you will be earning channel points faster towards my glorious channel point rewards. Several of which have been redeemed tonight before you got here, but you know. I got a much larger raid than usual today. I definitely overdid it with the flowers. I am regretting a lot. I'm regretting a lot of flowers. I must make it less spiky in here. But yes, tonight the project was this tiger enclosure, which I did manage to finish, but didn't manage to appropriately. I kind of overdid it with, whoops, that was not flowers. I kind of put too many flower heads in the lords and ladies. So I need to like delete a whole bunch of flowers and replace them with leaves. The majority of which I'm gonna do off stream. Oh, there goes a tiger. But yes, for about the end of my stream, since I could do that for hours and will be, this is Nocturne Zoo, my glorious zoo that is only open at night and that only has nocturnal animals in it. I have been gradually expanding outwards. I started at the castle and I have been working my way outwards ever since. This is currently the edge of the zoo. There are plans to be extending further. For instance, most of the aquatic species are not actually installed yet because they don't have water to be installed in. So that is part of the project plan. But yes, today I finished off the tiger enclosure, although obviously some more plant work does need to be done. The people seem to be enjoying things despite that. How dare you throw trash on my tigers? There's a garbage can right there. How dare you? Slovenly. Just slovenly. I need more caretakers, obviously. Let's dump some more caretakers in the zoo. I am working in sandbox mode, so I don't really have to worry about paying my people, so... To work, my caretakers! How very dear. I know, I put down so many trash cans, and they still throw trash everywhere. But yes, this is the current edge of the zoo. We will be expanding that away and that away. Though we will not be expanding that away because that's as far as I'm going there. But I have been working my way outwards from the castle ever since I started the zoo. I will be starting work on the major waterway over you not pay. I pay my workers! My workers are the best paid workers it is possible to have in the zoo. Every single one of them is 5 stars. They've got the best degrees. Even the caretakers have degrees, and they are paid exactly what they are worth. The fact that I don't have to worry about how much I'm paying them because my money is unlimited does not mean that they are being underpaid. They are very well paid and they are very happy. But yes, the next big project is going to be the lake, the swamp lake, the lake swamp, which is going to be around this area and probably over in this area and several other things like that. But first, I am going to finish filling in around the Timberwolves because this has been sitting unfinished for a really long time and it's really starting to bother me. How much longer am I going tonight? I am wrapping up, actually. I'm just, the next week, I will be working on these big blank areas that we are looking at right now. This one, and this one. So that is the plan. I will be building some more of the fake enclosures. I have some owls to put in here. I have a possum to put in here. I have some more owls here. And I might put another owl here, or I might just make this a corner thing for these owls because these owls need a lot of space. Alright, good night, Madlib. It has been so nice having you here tonight. And good night to you too, Green. It has also been awesome having you here. But yes, so I have some workshop animals that I picked up. I have the southern opossum. I have burrowing owls. They are so cute. You have no idea how cute they are. Look at them. And I might make an enclosure for one of these owls here. Or the burrowing owls will go around the corner. I haven't decided. Since I haven't decided, I will be working on the eagle owls. These glorious creatures here. And on the opossum first. And hopefully by the time I finish those two, I'll have figured out what I'm doing about the owls on this corner. So that is the plan for next week. And hopefully that will take me little enough time that I'll be able to turn my attention to this river and actually making it look pretty instead of looking like it was carved out by a toddler on steroids. She's looking unwell, especially along this edge. Also, it's way too deep. I made that so deep. It's entirely too deep. Enjoyed watching and definitely be watching YouTube videos. Well, excellent. Thank you very much. And of course, I will be streaming Planet Zoo again next Monday. But for now, we are going to save the zoo because I've done so much work. There we go. Saving. There we go. And this is where I'm going to be calling it a night. As mentioned before, I do have the YouTube channel, which I'm going to link one more time, just in case anybody missed it, where my previous streams are archived. There is a playlist there that is labeled Planet Zoo, and it has the entirety of Nocturne Zoo from the very beginning when it didn't have a name and the castle was too small, up until last week. And we'll have next week on Saturday. That's the way that things go around here. So that is what's going on there. And so all of that. Or if you prefer to see me live, Planet Zoo will return next Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, but I will be back again tomorrow night starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Citizen Sleeper for Tangent Tuesday. I will be continuing to help the refugee flotilla in whatever they need and hopefully finding the explosives before anything gets blown up. It's probably better not to ask, but that is the plan for Citizen Sleeper. I hope to not die, as always in Citizen Sleeper. Then on Wednesday night at around 7:15 or so, once we get a game together, I will be playing with my friends. We will play either Among Us or 100% Orange Juice or Scribble It, depending on how many people we have and which people we have. Possibly a combination of the above if we have people who arrive late or leave early, depending on how that goes. We have a formula. It makes a lot more sense when we're doing it than when it's coming out of my mouth. So there is that. Then at around somewhere between 10:15 and 10:30 or so, when my friends abandon me for this thing that they call sleep, I have heard of it. That is when I will be switching over to my solo Valheim server, where I will be dealing with more goblin problems. I found yet another goblin village, so I have to set up a launch point to attacking that village and taking it out, mostly so that I can have some more black metal because I really need it, but also because goblins are a threat. So I will be working on that in Valheim. Then on Thursday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Hades for Try Not to Die Thursday, continuing in my campaign on that one as I try to gather as much nectar as I can, along with anything else that comes across. But nectar is the main resource, and also, trying to actually get out of Hades. I almost made it once, only once. I have dreams of doing it again, and I'm going to try again on Thursday. Then on Sunday night will be Baldur's Gate 3, and it will most likely be the last Baldur's Gate 3 stream. There's a boss confrontation ahead of me. It is the last boss confrontation. So I will be most likely completing Baldur's Gate 3 on this upcoming Sunday, starting at 9 p.m. and going until whenever it is it lets me go. So that's going to be an event coming up this Sunday, I'd say. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, and we're going to make some owl enclosures and an opossum enclosure, because there's no opossum, and that is a very sad thing in this game. How are you supposed to have a nocturnal zoo with no opossums? It makes no sense. So that is what is going on. That is the upcoming schedule for the week, all the games I'm going to be playing, and what I plan to do in each and every one of those games. As nebulous as some of those plans may be, it's still my plans, and I still have fun. And I have had so much fun tonight. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!